Hello everyone! I hope you're all having a very nice morning, and by morning I mean afternoon, of course. I mean, I guess it could be morning for you. Oh my god, I still have my little hologram up here. Let me turn that off. Yes, hello everyone! Hope you're all doing good. We're going to be working on a PS1 train, which I've been working on in the background for the past week. Let me just switch on over to main viewer so y'all can see it. There we go. Looks beautiful. And yeah, I just straight up every time I post anything involving this fictional gothic magical train, a lot of the overly enthusiastic train enjoyers start leaving passive aggressive comments, which is why I haven't really been posting about it. So if you are one of those people, I'm going to kindly ask you to not do that, and if you do, I'm just going to mute you. So that is just going to be my one comment at the start, and I'm probably just gonna turn on the no backseating thing at the start as well, so that's gonna be fun. It's so funny, it's like even worse than gun enjoyers. Like, it's just such a dampener on such a fun little project of mine. Yeah, I'll put people, yeah, Cooney, I'll put people in the crystal. Yeah, they'll be, foamers get put in the crystal. It's so funny that people who are too enthusiastic about trains and start leaving passive aggressive comments. It's such a prevalent issue in the rail enjoyers community that they have their own slurs. They're called foamers and or rivet counters. That's so funny. So foamers DNI, rivet counters are gonna get put in the crystal. So that's just gonna be how the stream's gonna go. So yeah, it's real. Sorry, yeah, it's real. They have their own dedicated slurs. Anyways, the rivets will remain uncounted. Harris, thank you so much for the subscription. I think there was a, yes, Reverbial, thank you so much for the 20-month total, 20-month resub. That's incredible. Counting rivets when they should be counting blades of grass, exactly. You can't even see the rivets, they're just pixels. Please count my pixels. Anyways, so I'm just going to start. So right now the train's done, air quotes, the model is done, the texture is done. There are a few tweaks that I want to do. There is some, because of the way I mirrored the train, there is some overlapping geometry. Like, you know, you model half the train and then you mirror it. But because of how I did it, for the sake of saving polygons, I don't want a seam going down the middle of every single cube, because that would just raise triangles for no reason. So we do have some overlapping Z-fighting and stuff. That stuff will be fixed up later. Hold on, let me just... I know the CRT effects don't compress well over Twitch or whatever. So I'm just gonna show you what we have so far, basically what I posted on social media. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Oh, an outfit swap. Yeah, we can do an outfit swap. Here, we'll be sleepy. EP Bunleth, we can be EP. Okay, anyways. Oh, thank you, Paige. Thank you, Lance. Anyways, so it's the train. Collision is unfinished, but we're gonna have to split this up into. We have a lot of work ahead of us. That's why we're streaming it. So there's no, like, the collision isn't finished, right? But you can go under the train. Even the bigger carts. There are some camera issues with the bigger carts, so we're gonna have to, you know, do some work. That's why we're streaming. These ones do have proper collision. No, wait, which ones? The passenger cars have proper collision, right? Right, so these are all the train cars. We got a flatbed, we got a passenger, we got a big tank, fold of Aether. We have this, you know, another tank. So the foamers don't yell at me about not having a tender or whatever. And then here is the actual train itself. Let's get a nice close-up look at that. It also runs off of Aether. And yeah, here's the train itself. It's very large. I guess it's just run by giants or something. Here's the Z fighting issue I mentioned. That'll be fixed. We're probably gonna be fixing up all this while we do all this stuff, while we, you know, rig it and stuff. Right. So I put a lot of like gothic, like, you know, flourishes on everything just to make it more goth. You know me, I love goth shit. Here's a. Why aren't we even flying? We can go into the train directly. So let us go ahead and do that. Oh, also, yeah, there's also a big light on the front, which we're absolutely going to destroy in the boss fight. That's probably going to be the weak point. I'm thinking you know, the Sonic level, running away from a giant truck. Something like that. Right? So it's like there's gonna be a part in the boss fight where it's like chasing you and the camera's 180, right? And you're like going away from it. And you have to shoot its giant bulb. That's what I'm thinking. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up. Corny, thank you so much for a 20-month streak. Have we really been streaming for 20 months? That's crazy. We're almost the big 2 years. Anyways, yeah, so obviously it's gonna be a boss fight. This was inspired by all the other boss fights in Nightmare Kart literally being on rails. They're on a rail. And their speed is modulated, right, for the chases. So I felt a train would be a perfect fit because that's literally on rails. Like it's a train, it's a fucking train, so might as well. And trains are cool and I like trains. The only reason I didn't do it is because Bloodborne didn't have train. So now that we are free from that IP, now I can add a train. So this is just, I'm just concepting some ideas here. So this is something that I'm thinking of doing. Where you go on a cliff, go on a jump, and then you can ride on top of the train with these very, very like level designed cars that I made, you know, like a ramp one and a flat top, right? And then of course the passenger trains you can drive through. Right. So I actually went back and like modeled the interior. Very, very simple, right? Like these bottles are 2 triangles. You know, the tables and the chairs. Very, very low resolution, even for a PS1 game. But you know, you're zooming past them at 10 million miles an hour. So that'll be fine. Right, so this, I'm just trying ideas out. Can the train be suplexed? This is not Final Fantasy VI. I've gotten that question probably 30 to 50 times at this point. I'm probably gonna have to put that in the stream as well. Put some more red text. No, you can't suplex the train. People boss babying trains. But yeah, this is where we're at currently. The train doesn't move. The collision's unfinished. So what we're gonna work on first is fixing or, you know, doing a proper pass of the collision. And then after that, we're going to be making it actually move, which means we need to separate the actual cars from the wheels down here. So, you know, they can like rotate and all that fun stuff. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're going to just go ahead and do that. It is a bit hot in here. My goodness, spring is almost upon us. I need to take this little jacket off. Wow. Requiem, thank you so much for a party of 48. Sorry everyone, Agony is here. I'm not apologizing, but there was a mysterious voice that just came on. That was Agony. Everyone say hi to Agony.
Hi, no, wow, what a cool train. Can you suplex it?
Stop it! Ah! Okay, we're good. I'm normal. I'm fine. Sorry, I didn't mean to clip the mic there.
It looks really good.
Thank you. I'm gonna have to fucking animate fun with suplexing of train just so I can make a GIF to reply to everyone. The person who's only seen Final Fantasy VI train suplexing their second train, getting major train suplex vibes from this. Right. Morning Fairy, thank you so much. We got 2 raids back to back. Oh my gosh, how exciting. Thank you so much everyone for showing up. Now we're just gonna be adding cubes and Blunder for the rest of the stream. So, for the rest of the first part of the stream anyways. gonna close my little render I did for the stream card. Can Agony be suplexed? She'd probably fall into a million pieces and die.
It's really hard not to be suplexed. I'm usually being suplexed most of the time.
Paige, thank you so much for gifting 10 tier 1 subs to the community. Oh my gosh, we got a hype train going. I'm noticing a theme for this stream. Train source. So yeah, these are just some concepts for the train. Oh, this texture is bad. Hold on, let me fix this. That's the wrong texture. There we go. And the, oops, the transparency. There we go. Okay. So these are all the trains. That's not all the trains. Where are all the trains? We're missing, what the fuck? Reckham says, sorry to raid and dash. I have to get ready for uni. Of course, I'll see you later. I'll see you later. No worries, no pressure. People raid at the end of streams. I don't know why people are expected to stick around. You raid and dash. That's how it works. Okay, right. So I guess the first thing we're gonna do is the most fun part, which is rigging the actual locomotive, which is going to be fun. Not a whole lot to rig, just the wheels, just you know, this part. I forgot to put a bolt here. I need to put a bolt here. Wait, I could probably just do that in, hold on. Hold on, y'all, I gotta add a bolt here. Yep, there you go. Problem solved. Okay. Hype train for the train stream. Laser Shark, hello. Can you duplex to train? Eat sandwich and cookies in it. Fascinating. Is that what a duplex is? Chat, what's a duplex? Like that it has curtains? Yeah, of course. What if it's too bright? You gotta close the curtains. What if you're playing Daymare Kart? Then it's too bright. Tammy years, thank you so much for the subscription. Alright. No more dilly-dallying. Let's actually rig this motherfucker. Alright, SM train loco. Alright, and then we're going to, you are not. Alrighty, and then we're going to add armature. We're gonna call that arm. Train loco. It's loco cause it's crazy. Alright, where's our... In front. There we go. Okay. So we're gonna have our root bone. Wait! Hold on. All these trains are sideways. This is front. Okay. I don't know. I modeled it sideways because the concept art by art-mino.bluesky.social, by the way. Who drew this? Drew obviously a side view and I put it in front view, so I modeled the trains in front view, the side view. I know, a little confusing. Anyways, so we're going to hide all of these trains. Cars. We're gonna actually... Alright, let's start the rig. So for those who don't know, the rig is the skeletal system that makes static 3D objects actually animate and move. So we're just gonna add a skeleton to our train. It's a bit weird, just chalk it up to some fucking eldritch shit. It's got a skeleton in it. So first off is the root bone. Thank you. Oh, hold on. Nisa Babu, thank you so much. I'm sorry the text-to-speech is a little bit quiet. I wonder if I can turn that up. Paige, thank you so much for 5 more tier 1 subs to the community. My goodness, that's so many. All right, so first off is the root bone. As I'm sure you're aware, all skeletons in real life have a root bone in between your feet. If you look down, you can see it. That determines your root motion. All right, next up is... I guess we'll do the bell. Might as well. There's not really a lot of moving parts outside of the wheels. So Might as well make the bell something. I just idly rotates. Not the ringer though. This isn't a fucking like PS3 game. Like that level of detail isn't needed. Bell. All right. So the train wheels. Skeleton curse. Oh my gosh. Slash Elantra, thank you so much for the rate of 9. Oh my goodness. What a popular stream's going on. Did anyone do an outfit swap? I feel like I might have missed one. There's so chat is fucking lighting up. Excuse my French. Oh shit, excuse me. All right, sorry. It's the soda. All right. So these wheels will never rotate on the yaw axis, so we only need one per pair. Michael Friday, thank you so much for the Prime subscription. Okay, so I guess this will be wheel big front, and then middle, and then back, I guess. Thomas the Dark Engine. Yeah, that's the question. Do we put a creepy face in the front? I feel like that would fit, you know? Like, let's give it a creepy face, but it's like a horror game, right? So it's like, but then again, that's just Choo Choo Charles. Like, that's the thing. I can't be too Choo Choo Charles-y, right? God, Hype Train level 6. Who'd have thought the train stream would have a Hype Train level 6? A giant eyeball? That's probably what I'm probably gonna do, a giant eyeball at some point. What happened here? What's wrong with you? Oh, the transparency. Hold on. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're gonna do a giant eyeball. Don't worry. There's gonna be an eyeball at one point. Spoilers, I guess. Quoony. So, the train. What kind of a weapon is it? This train isn't a cudgel, you barbarian. What are you talking about? Paige says found another one? What are you talking about? Do we have a foamer? Is there a foamer in chat? Is there a foamer we need to mute? Or are you talking about suplexing the train? Yeah, okay, alright. Alright, everyone. Alright, everyone. You cannot suplex the train. Should I make like a sad emoji or something? What is this? Is this no creative backseating? That's clearly comic saying that's okay. You cannot suplex the train. Sorry. Frowny face. There we go. We're gonna put this in our well, what the fuck? Wait, hold on. I need to crop this. Hold on. There we go. Crop that shit, motherfucker. Okay. No suplex. Alrighty, kids. Heat from fire. Fire from heat. Oh, it's so small. Hold on. Smiley face right next to frowny face. I'll put it right above chat. No, I'll put it up here. Let me get rid of that star. We don't need the star. Hold on. There we go. Can I center you? How do I center? Right click. There we go. Perfect. Who's driving the train? Itself! Okay. Make it a little bit smaller. Is that legible? I'm sure it's still legible. Okay. Anyway, it's back to work. Alright. We're probably gonna have to make a rig for this, like a simple, very, very simple IK system. Hype train! Oh my god, are we at level 7 now? No, we just finished level 6. Hell yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Yeah, it's a hype train. I'm working on the hype train. Would it be an IK? So I'm trying to figure out this little chugga part right here and make the wheels turn. It's gonna be an interesting thingy to rig and animate. Lyoto says, my next joke for a train like this would be, so is there secretly a headless character model moving at Mach 7 to give the illusion of a train actually working? But I know your modeling and programming competence as far exceeds that of 2008 Bethesda. Well, look, I can't program no open world or anything like that. Those poor crunched developers. Alright, so I don't think we need to do anything special for this. So you are all parented to the root. Bell? Yeah, is there anything else on here that animates? Like, I don't think so. We can maybe make this part, like, pulse up and down. I think that might be a bit too cartoony, even though we do that for the engines on the carts. Okay. It's hilarious that's how they got the train to work. I mean, it was for a single cutscene that was like 10 seconds long, right? If they were making an entire train boss fight, they wouldn't have resorted to that, but it was for a single cutscene that was 10 seconds long, if even. I'm not surprised at all. I probably would have done something similar if this was only going to be in a single cutscene, you know? Okay, so you are connected to point 2, you are connected to point 1, you are connected to the root. Okay. I think we're just going to animate this by... Do we do an IK? Let me... We're gonna have to do some rigging experimentation here. Don't worry, I will figure it out. No need for anyone to offer suggestions or to backseat or anything. I know how to do this. We're just gonna do a little bit of experimenting. Oh yeah, you are totally parented to the wheel. We gotta do it backwards. Black Barket, don't worry, I'll figure it out. I'm just doing a little bit of experimentation. Trust the process. I know how to do it. And I do like trying to learn on my own. That makes me learn things and retain things better. Thank you so much, though. I appreciate it. Okay. So I'm going to... We're going to parent you... No, yes. We are going to child of our IK solver to the front wheel, and not rotation, but inverse. I mean, kind of. You're also going to copy rotation of the root bone. Kind of. I mean, that's basically it right there. Okay. We're gonna need a second bone. Can we invert? I don't think invert's gonna work. Yeah, invert's not gonna work. Global Z-axis. Okay. The master bonesmith, that's me. That's me, baby. I'm a fucking bonesmith, motherfucker. Thank you for being my hype puppy. Hype puppy. Okay, so this will be the rotation. Okay, so now that's correct. That's how it fucking works. Okay. So now you are going to copy the rotation of our IK solver, and you are going to actually be the inverse kinematics. How the fuck? Okay. Because you need to be parented to the root. Close you and you. Here, we're getting there. If you were to make a bunleth, I don't even know how to pronounce that, esqueleto? I'm assuming you mean like those bone thingies you buy at like Halloween stores. Would you give bunleth ear bones? Absolutely, absolutely would. I made a comic about a necromancer who made a skeleton out of bones. Like you know, they just grabbed a bunch of bones and made a skeleton, and then they took the skeleton to like a dog park or whatever, and then everyone started yelling at it for not being anatomically accurate, and then the bone skeleton started crying.
The skeleton was me.
Agony! Alrighty, cakes. Next up is getting constraints to work on this. I might honestly just do this by hand. I don't really give a fuck. Ba-da-ba. We'll need a driver. Alright, let's actually start to rig this. So we can actually see some things moving. So we're going to do with empty groups. Oops. Not envelope wapes. Oh my god, that's cringe. Alright. Also, while we're here, we are going to okay. While we're here, we are going to delete any overlapping polygons. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we can properly rig. So we're just going to front, middle, back, bell. Once again, it's the PS1 game. The ringer is not going to have its own dedicated bone. That's just a waste of resources. Everything? Okay, and then point 1. And then point 2. And then point 3. Yes, this is for the Nightmare Kart DLC. I do not take commissions anymore, Lucia. Sorry. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then you, obviously, you three will just copy the rotation of the wheel. And I'm not even gonna bother with a constraint. It would be long, you know. That would be a case of I spent an hour writing a IK system that to save you the 15-minute task it would make of animating it by hand. So like I'm not even gonna bother. Like it would literally take longer to animate an IK system for a single animation of the wheels turning, right? So I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. All right. Okay, we got the bell. Am I gonna animate the bell? Okay. There we go. Kiwi, I believe you're the third person to bring that fact up. In the last half hour. Alright, so yeah, we're just gonna do the rest of this by hand. It'll just be a waste of time to do it any other way. It's all about efficiency. Alright, XY is a Euler. Guess if we're animating at 30 FPS, let's make this a 1-second animation. I'll make dynamically scaling it in the future a lot easier. You'll be 360 linear, 30 frames. That is not 360, that is 3,960. There we go. Okay. Don't worry, it's not finished. I know it looks unfinished. That's because it is not finished. Alright. Yeah, so we are just going to just do this by hand, honestly. Yes, YouTube, I'm still watching. Holy shit. This reminds you of Back to the Future 3? That's crazy. Yeah. Okay, that's backwards. I need to watch Back to the Future. It's been a while. It's been a very long while. I mean, that's it. That's all she wrote. Let's have a little bit of... A little bit of animation on the bell here. Let's just do some offsets. There, that works. Look at that. Look at it go! I don't think it should be poking out here. Ha! Sorry. Ah, who gives a fuck? I do. I give a fuck. I can fix this easily. There we go. Huh? Wait a minute. What's the big idea here? Oh, we have auto normalize and turned on. There we go. Chugga chugga, motherfucker. That's pretty good, I would say. Friendly parts, what was that source rate? Oh, I just here. I just made it stretch. You'll never see it. Oh goodness, excuse me. Alright, so these thingies, the wheels, I believe they're called, rotate independently. I think it would be easier to make this a separate object, its own rigged object that we can then parent to a car or a locomotive that doesn't have it. So we're going to separate this. This will be its own separate thingy. Oops. How's music volume, by the way? It seems a bit loud. I'm going to turn this down significantly and then boost it here. Yeah, I was told the music was fine on one of my previous streams, and I went back and listened to it, and it was way too loud. You can barely hear me. So hopefully that works. Halo music jump scare. Behold the Pale Horse jump scare. You can listen to Halo music the whole time. It was very funny that the hero music kicked on when I was starting to explain the wheels. This is my explaining wheels leitmotif, actually. Yeah, so this is going to be separate. So we're going to have a weird, awkward train without any front wheels. Okay, so this will be ARM. Yeah, Michael Salvatore and Hatsune Miku wrote the song. Thank you, Michael Salvatore and Hatsune Miku. ARM. No, this is root. Okay, and then we should only need 2 wheel bones. Wheel back, also known as wheelb, and then wheel front, also known as wheelf. Wheelf. Wheelb and wheelf. Can I get some wheelfs in chat? Wheelf. Oh wee wee wee. Oh wee wee wee. Okay. MILF? Nuh-uh. I'm more of a wheelf girl. I'm into wheelfs. I'm not into MILFs. I am one! What?
So just women then? Women you like to befriend.
Wilf.
Woman I'd like to friend.
Just into women. Outfit swap. Alright. Time for summer bunleth. It's not even summer yet. We'll do Buntana. Alright, let me Alright, Buntana requires some additional setup. Give me a second. Let me see how fast I can do this. Do this, we gotta turn off the armor core, we gotta turn on the hologram, and then for the VTuber, we gotta turn on our hologram filters. And we gotta make a bunleth. Ugh. I don't have my hands, so it might look a little weird. Her hands are gonna be like super static. There we go. Yeah, I can't have Unreal Engine and the hand tracker on at the same time. Oh, is no Zet in chat? Is that who Barkit is? Okay. So difficult keeping up with everyone's alter egos across social medias. In front? Okay. Okie dokie. So we're going to parent new. This is very simple. Very simple rig. Alright. wheel. A wee wee wee. A wee wee wheel. A wee wee wee. This is Blender, yeah. Alright. So now we are rotating. Just watch people say rotating pixels in a PS1 game isn't realistic. Diamond pixels in a PS1 game isn't realistic. I've never played a PS1 game in my life. Just so you know. Alright, this will also be... These gotta be... Hold on. These gotta be XYZ Euler. They are. Great. Guess he can be Quaternion. I don't care. Right. Huh? What? I thought I made you XYZ Euler. Oh, what's the 3D cursor? Oh my god, that's so cringe. Item. There we go. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay. Do do do. Ba da ba 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 da ba ba da ba. 360. Oops. Cherry says, I'm in an empty movie theater about to watch New Gundam. Make sure to turn your phone off when the movie starts. Okay, this will obviously be spinning faster relative to these. A few things. One, this is not the final implementation. Two, I don't care enough. It's a PS1 game. Pixel counters and rivet counters combining into one super smelly person, says Quinny. This music is from Halo 1. Sorry, Halo Combat Evolved. That's it, right? And then, yeah, so this will rotate. So now we can rotate this. I guess? That's how it works, right? It's like clipping through our thingy. This train isn't 100% realistic to real life. There's gonna be some clipping. It's a PS1 game. Ah! Wait, hold on. These thingies need to rotate. Do they need to rotate? I don't think they need to rotate, actually. I think it's fine. If it rotates, it'll break the illusion and just show that it's actually a card. I don't want that. Add a face to it. Sure, here you go. There. There's your face. Enjoy. Okay. Ah. I think we're done. Ba, 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 ba. There's no other animation we'll need outside of an idle. Nice texture work, thank you. Okay, so we're going to grab this animation. We're gonna name it. Train loco. Move. Is train gonna have a name? Yeah, haven't named it yet. Not looking for suggestions. I appreciate it, but don't worry, I'll come up with a name of my own. Right now, it's just called Train. And right now, like I guess the in-game version will be like Steam Train, but I'll come up with something more cool. Bogwitch says, shout out to Michael Salvatore for cranking out the hypest tunes for 2 game franchises and then getting the boot because Pete Peterson's needed to expand his car collection. Is that real? Chat, is this real? Am I the only developer of the Bloodborne PSX game? No, there were 3 of us. Or 3, Mino did a lot of the art, and obviously Noble Demon did the music. Loco Mortis, that's pretty good. Lucia, that's pretty good. Loco Mortis. Unfortunately, the word Mortis has been claimed by Faith, so I can't use that word without getting 3,000 comments, everyone saying big Faith vibes. Okay, so let's get this... What? It was a viral game on Itch.io from a few years ago. When he died, it goes Mortis. So that word's been claimed. I can't use it.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about big Faith vibes, like me when I go to church.
Okay, I'm gonna close this. Well, I can't give this thing spider legs or a face. People will say either Thomas the Tank Engine, Thomas the Tank Engine, or Choo Choo Charles. Okay, so this is now a skeleton mesh. This will be SKM, Train, Loco. What is that in the background? There is a that's the train actually. In the background is a train. This is a train. Person who's only played Faith hearing Latin for the 2nd time. Big Faith vibes from that. Who's that? Oh, do you mean this character? Oh, sorry, Armored Core is in the background there. This is the main character of my next game. Drawn by Dream Kazoo. Not a final design, I just like it. The audio? That is Halo 1. Did the train go loco? It sure did. Bogwitch says, not literally, but it's not a good look for Bungie having 2 mass layoffs while its CEO is auctioning for $1 million cars. I do think I remember that. I remember that headline. Damn, did fucking Michael Salvatore get caught in those layoffs? That's right. Like all of the super senior like developers and artists and stuff are getting laid off. Input mesh, import normals, no physics asset. We're not gonna have a ragdoll for the train. Okay. Someone in the room. Oh, that's my Bexty. That's Agony. Say hi, Agony. I mean, what other person? I don't know who you're talking about. It's just me in here.
Person is definitely strong.
Glass. Oh, right. I can't do transparency on fucking... Yay, compiling shaders, you love to see it. She does do a very good dog impression. Impression? Hold on, I don't think that's right. I love how compiling shaders is an annoyance that now game enjoyers are aware of, not just game developers. I don't know what happened. I don't know why we have to compile shaders after the game's been packaged, but here we are. Okay, this song is a bit too loud, intense for streaming. There we go. There we go. Walk in the woods, baby. Swear to dog. Where's our Loco? Oh, Loco. You're so small. Bogwitch says is because Bungie overexpanded and tried developing 5 other games besides Destiny 2 and Marathon, all went up in smoke in the C-suite, taking a pay cut to compensate. Instead of them taking a pay cut to compensate, they just axed everyone below them. Right, that's... I feel like everyone... I mean, most of the big game companies like expanded way too fast because of the COVID bump. And then, you know, that stopped and they're like, oh, okay, well, time to fire everyone instead of downsizing. Yeah, hold on. Never talk to me or my son again. You haven't imported the animation yet because you haven't exported the animation yet. Oops. And there's no morph targets, shape keys, whatever. Okay, logo skeleton. Yeah, it's skeleton's logo, all right. Ay. Huh? Excuse me? Why not? Are we gonna crash? No, you're fine. What's going on here? John Freeman, over here! What's going on over here? Why is this animation not working? Very strange. I swore that one instrument in the song sounds like someone opening a soda. It goes like... It sounds like they're opening a soda. There's just a person in the fucking orchestra with a little with a bunch of sodas, and he's just opening them over and over again to the beat of the music. That looks pretty good. We are getting... What is this? What's going on here? That's just vertex jitter, okay. Mwahaha. Okay, now we gotta add collision to this too. Okay, chat, I gotta do a quick bio break. When we get back, we are going to be getting the wheels implemented, figuring out collision, all that fun stuff. So I'll be right back. And we are back. Hello, everyone. Okay. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome back. Good to be back. We're gonna preview this in Engine. I think the fact that it's scaled up by 200%, or scaled up at 200%, I should say, is messing with the vertex wobble. So you might have to go back and scale the train and double its size in Blender before we export it. That might fix the issue. But also I might not care enough. Yeah, train has bones. Okay. Yeah, the train all right. Bunny returns. It's a good train. Thank you. Thank you, Proxo. Obviously, it's missing the front wheel, so we'll need to add that. And the bell animating looks great. It's a pretty big bell. Hello, Mana. Why did I make? I heated up food, by the way. I don't know why I put some spicy sauce in it. That was a really stupid idea for stream. Okay, next step is the little wheel. Okay. Alright, so SKM train wheel. Sorry, train wheels, plural. Oh goodness, excuse me. And then this is train wheels move. My model is on the right track, Proxo. You're so funny. Holy shit. Sorry, I got a little bit loud there. Holy shit. All right, train wheels. Will you? Bless you. Have you worked on projects that aren't yours, or do you only develop in your own personal projects? I mean, I used to be industry, but not anymore. So, yes, I have worked on projects that aren't mine. I was also just like more traditionally indie, but that was very unstable. So, you know, they just lost funding because indies lose funding all the time because it's less I say it's less stable than AAA, but that's not true anymore. They get laid off all the fucking time now. The entire industry is very unstable, so I'm just doing solo now. Well, not solo, but you know, I'm doing my own projects now. Excuse me. Okay, I'm gonna import the animation. Everyone is vulnerable in the industry, right? It's kind of crazy. My job security as a person who self-publishes games is so much more secure than someone in the industry. That's fucking crazy. What was the industry like? Awful. Crunch was expected and never questioned. Your game bombs? Laid off. Your game makes gangbuster dollars and wins a shit zillion awards? Laid off! Exactly. There you go, that works. Yeah, unless you're the CEO who spent $800 million on a game that lasted less time than an average fly's lifespan. That's true. Alright, that's good. Oh, well, that's not the right train. There you go. I'm like, why aren't you animating? What's going on? Yeah, looks pretty good. We need to make some tracks. Some goth tracks. Somehow, there's a lot more stability in being a trans goth frame meme dev.
Amen.
Amen! Textures are edible? Thank you. This is probably my best texture work. Excuse me. In this art style anyways. You know, in this like noisy, gritty, you know, metallic and goth, grungy art style. Obviously, the Bunlith art style is a lot more clean. A lot more, you know, Mega Man Legends-y, a lot of solid colors, but this is probably my best work in this style. I'm going to export all these. I'm going to re-export all these at double size. So our shader is accurate. That is a big issue with my shader, is that it gets inaccurate if you ever scale an object up, which is something I'm going to fix in my next game project. But obviously I can't fix that now, this game's launched already. So that'll be something I have to fix for my next game project. Oh my goodness, excuse me. What's going on here? Of course, this broke my animation, so... Which is not... Yeah, whenever you scale something like this, it does break your animations, so... But luckily, all I have to do is this one rotation. This will be very easy. is why it'd be easier to scale it in engine, but we can't because it'll break our shader. So that's the rub. I thought I fixed you. Oh, I only fixed you on one side. How embarrassing. There's two sides to this thing. Glad I caught that. Where's no lines? Oh yeah, oh my god, how embarrassing. I only fixed it. I added the other bolt on this side as well. I don't have mirror turned on anymore. That's right, I applied it when I rigged it. Okay, should be good now. This looks off. Why is this off? Why are you off? Why are you off? What's going on here? So my rig has broken. What is you? Okay. Right, okay. I see what the issue is. Okay, now we're gonna have to fix this for a third time. It was probably right the first time, actually. Takes about 60 seconds to do this by hand. So even though we've done it 3 times, it's only been 3 minutes. There we go. There we go. The train is 3D? It is 3D. Bogwitch says, coming up my Bungie ran earlier. Boy howdy, Marathon is going to become Concord Part 2. I was like, wow, Marathon, they're like original, or like one of their earliest / original ? Series. They're bringing it back, that's incredible. And then I learned it was like an online only extraction, air quotes, like fucking live service shooter, and I just lost all interest. It all just evaporated instantly. Okay, there we go. So we're going to re-export this at the proper double size. Logo. And then we're going to export the animation. Prox says, my studio got unionized and it really helped protect us and stabilize the team. Congratulations. I'm really happy to hear that. Okay, so now we're going to re-import you. We're going to put you to your original size, lowercase, train, re-import, which make you huge again. We're going to re-import the animation. We're going to re-import, okay. So now, we're going to export the train wheels. And then we're going to re-export the train wheels movement. Excuse me. And then we're going to re-import you. And then re-import the animation to fix the U. There we go. Okay, so we're good now, and I can fix the material. Okay, so your shaders should be good now. Your PS1 effects. Have I always used Blender? Yep. I started in 2009? 2007 is when I started, and I started with Blender. I never looked back. Back when it was the underdog that everyone thought was shitty and stupid and poo-poo and should go away forever. And now it's slowly become the dominant thing. But I've been here the whole time. It's been kind of wild seeing that shift, that general consensus shift in real time. Well, I was just here and staying in my lane, you know? Staying on my train.
Boo!
Blender used to have a game engine, it did. Okay. So all these other trains, there are no moving parts outside of the wheels. So I think I'm going to keep these trains as static meshes and just remove the wheels, and then we'll add the wheels in to their actor later. Yeah, none of these have any moving parts. Not even, yeah, nothing in the interior, nothing will need to move. We'll need to move. I'm sure we can make things move if we wanted to, but nothing has to move. So therefore it's not gonna move because it's a PS1 game. So, right, so we're gonna do a proper collision pass on all these train cars. So we're gonna be adding a bunch of cubes, and we're going to remove the wheels because the wheels will be added in at a later point, so they're gonna be floating. Man, this is Halo 1. This is all Halo 1. I think this is Halo 1. Yeah, this is Halo 1. Okay. So, let us go ahead and do that. Lettuce. I love it, it's delicious. Okay. So this train, the passenger train, already has collision volumes. Hold on, let me make these render as a wireframe. We're gonna delete these because we're gonna be removing those. Hunter for scale. Okay, there we go. Ben says, I finished Dark Souls 2. This game kind of sucks. Not falling for that bait. Not touching that with the 10-foot pole. Bait used to be believable, etc., etc. Okay, so I'm just gonna delete these. Oh no, we should keep. Okay, I gotta keep the little supports down here. Do I use blueprints when I use Unreal Engine? Yep. Nightmare Kart's 100% blueprints. Well, you know, not 100%, but it is entirely made with blueprints that I authored. Outside of the underlying code of the engine, which of course is C++. Alright, floating train car. We gotta scale you up by 2 for gameplay reasons. We gotta scale it up by 2 or else you can't drive a pig through it. And you want to be able to drive a pig through it, so. Pass. Okay, so we're gonna re-import you. Oh, excuse me, they're not called jackals, they're called the blingled flaps, actually. Saying heelys and dingled flaps and blobber blues. That's their actual name. They're not called jackals, they're called blobber blues. Did I try the Night Rain network test? Nah, I'm not interested. Okay, so theoretically, I should probably put a socket here. Did you show me the Dingle Bob with the extra sized shield? No, I haven't. I haven't seen the Dingle Blob shields. I can't say the word Sang Healy without a without a straight face. Why would you be named that? You could have called yourself an elite. That is so rad. Why would you name yourself Sang Healy? It makes you think of spaghetti. My Sang Heelys. These loud roller shoes be annoying anyone who's made these Heelys sang, you know what I mean? Oh, we can't preview them? Oh, that's cringe. Okay. Right, so yeah, we kept the excuse me. The Kig Yar, the Ungagi, the Jirohane, the Lekgolo, the Huragok, the Yanmeis, and the Shanshiums, the Glupshitos, the Terrashits per Megafarts, the Sang Healy, the Blobby Bloobers, the Dingle Blobbers.
Are you having a stroke? Are you okay?
I might be.
I forgot the Bombiwas.
The Bombiwas, sorry. God, the way fucking wasn't there a guy? I feel like it's a bit. They're just trying to bait people into saying the weirdest shit. There's a character in Elden Ring called the Dung Eater. Like, is there just like a Dung Eater lore page? Is there like Dung Eater Prepare to Cry edition Dung Eater? Like you think there's a you can just go on YouTube and type in Dung Eater and get all the Dung Eater lore, and everyone's just saying Dung Eater with a straight solemn voice. Dung Eater. The loathsome Dung Eater. Tell me more about the Dung Eater. It just feels like a bit. They're just trying to make you say the weirdest shit. Dung Eater the t-shirt. Dung Eater the keychain. Dung Eater the flamethrower. Number 2 on the search, Curse of the Dung Eater. Okay. That's good. The Curse of the Dung Eater. It's me, the Dung Eater. I eat dung. Okay, my skill up by 2. We're going to remove doubles. That didn't work. How did that work? The Dung Eater. Don't forget about the Oogie Gooners. They're called goons for short. They're called gooners. Actually, they're called elites because that's what the developers named them. Okay. Re-import. We also need to make an underside model as well, so we can block off some of the cars to keep you from going under them. Okay. And then, oh, you don't have collision. We gotta do collision, so this will be... Okay, so we're gonna make a very simple cuboid. Okay, let's make a wireframe. Okay, let's re-import you. And you should have collision now. There's our cube collision. Incredible. Okay. good. I'm going to ask everyone who is lore dumping about Bungie games in chat to take it to DMs potentially. It's kind of distracting from the actual discussion of the stream. Thank you very much. All right, next one. We're gonna do the tank. All right, so same thing. We're gonna rotate you by 90 degrees, scale you by 2. Let's move on to the next song. Did I lower the render resolution in Blender? No, I did not. Yeah, the juice car. Okay, so scale, rotation. We're gonna remove the wheels because this will be added later programmatically because they need to be dynamically rotating to match the rail, which is going to be super fun. We're gonna be doing that later. We're gonna remove our doubles. We don't have any doubles here. Okay, I must have removed that already. Okay. So this is SM tank. UCX underscore SM tank. I guess we can make it a cube, but I don't care. Okay, and then I don't want players to drive on top of this, so we're going to make this. Oh, come on, you fuck. Okay, I'm gonna scale you like this. I guess we'll scale it to 0. Hopefully that'll be allowed. So when players land on this, they will just slide right off. Excuse me. Okay, now let us go over to the tank car. That is a coffin. Let's go over to the tank car. There we go. Check out the collision. Looks good. Excuse me. All right, there's our tank of goo. Our aether tank. Our goo tank. I'm actually in the Bunlith and the lore. It's called Aether with an AE. You're so right, hypothetical person I'm making in my head and getting mad about. Okay. Okay, we're getting this down pretty quick. There's only a few left. Okay. Scale it by 2. This is the flatbed. We're gonna remove the wheels. Excuse me, we're going to remove the doubles, which I can clearly see here. See, because if we did a mirror, we would have to put a line down the middle, which would be a waste of triangles, just for the sake of getting a mirror modifier to look correct, which we don't want. So I just have to fix up these polygons in post. Or, you know, after, on export. what a flat piece of train. Okay, so this is SM_flat. Is that the train's balls? No, that's... Why would you say that? Okay, UCX_train flat. Oh, you know, I made a mistake. We actually need to, excuse me, we need to extend these past the floor, or else there'll be a collision gap between each train cart, which we don't want, because then the cart will get caught on it. That should be fine. It'll be easy fix. Oh, looks like we already did that? Okay. Cool, never mind then. Taken care of. Is it a problem for optimizing, or just to keep the epic PS1 accuracy? Well, that's the same answer. We need low tries for the sake of PS1 optimization. I mean, of course it's fake, but yes, so we are optimizing for the sake of PS1 accuracy. Yes, that is correct. Excuse me. Tries are a problem for the sake of PS1 accuracy. Let's see if we're moving doubles. It didn't work last time. Let me try it now. Okay, that seemed to have worked. Okay, so we're going to scale you by 2 for gameplay reasons. Move you all this way. This is SM Cargo Ramp, I believe is the name. Okay, this one we actually do want to have the player fall between. Because if they miss a ramp and fall in between the train cars, they should go underneath the wheels and then die, right? Okay, so this one's gonna be a little bit interesting because this is a gameplay track ramp. So obviously collision doesn't work like this, but so we're gonna fix this. What's the succulent meal we're hearing in the background? Oh, just rice and veggies. I'm a bunny rabbit. I like my grains and my Brussels. Excuse me. Okay, so succulent Chinese meal. Okay, that is our collision for the gravel / coal, whatever this is. I guess it's gravel, who knows, who cares? Okay. Excuse me. Now I gotta do the walls. These need to be higher because that's why we have these Gothic rails here for gameplay, so they're like walls, so you don't fall off. Make it harder to fall off, I should say. Okay, now we're going to name these. This is wrong, actually. Cargo ramp. So this is UCX underscore cargo ramp. Cargo ramp 1. Very specific naming convention for us to be imported correctly. Cargo ramp 2, cargo ramp 3, and this is our most complicated. Cargo ramp 4. Car. That's sort of, I guess, the passenger car, but I did that off stream. I did that before we worked on this, before I started streaming. Okay, so cargo ramp, re-import. Let's take a look at the collision. That looks good. Yep, got our basic shapes here. Okay. Looks good. Maybe time, I'll see you later. Blue Sky's letting you post 3-minute long videos now? That's crazy. That wasn't true a couple hours ago. Still getting videos must be less than 60 seconds long. I don't think that's true. That is not true. Unless you mean like at some point in the near future. But it's definitely not letting me post 3-minute long videos now. Alrighty, cakes. So it's being rolled out slowly, I'm assuming. In 5 seconds, take it or leave it. Well, thank goodness they're updating stuff. I still wish you can upload GIFs that don't just automatically get converted into an MP4 with an empty audio track that mutes your music whenever you try to play a GIF. Super annoying! Okay, next up is the covered train. I think that's it. Are there any other trains? I think the last one's the covered train. Yep, that's the last one. fucking free the gifts for real, for real, for real. Okay, we got doubles here. Alright, so it's SM, I think it's just called cargo. Excuse me, oh my goodness. Alright, this is UCX, SM cargo, UCX, SM cargo 2, and then we're gonna duplicate UCX, SM cargo 3. Hold on, I need to check my phone real quick. Is Elon blaming hackers for Twitter being down? I thought he was blaming Cybertrucks or whatever. Or Cybertruck protesters or whatever. That man is exhausting. Please hurry up and do the funniest thing already. Which of course is live stream Minecraft or whatever. Something like that. Okay. Is the naming convention the only thing you need to do to make it mark this collision? Kind of. It won't, you can't do any shape. It has to be convex hull. So it's a whole thing, but like you can only do specific simple shapes that don't fold in on themselves ever. And then you have to name it correctly, yes. Alright, Tomato, I'll see you later. Okay, now we're gonna re-import train cargo. Oofsa. Just you. Too big. Copy. Paste. Collision is wrong. Our collision is not showing up because I forgot to name these. No, you're correct. Oh, I see. Okay. There's some duplicates here? No, I'm not naming the right field. Super annoying. Okay. Just... There we go. Nox says hello. Hi, how are you? Cargo. Okay. Right, so there you go. You can kind of see the how the gameplay works there. Right. Where's our flatbed? What the Halo theme it is! Covenant Dance, baby! You were never re-imported. Okay, that's the problem. There we go. Make you super huge, so we're gonna scale back down to 1. Okay. Let's lay all our big trains. Player start. So this should basically be identical to what I showed you before, but it is now prepped for actual gameplay and programming and implementation and stuff. So let us go ahead and just make sure all of our collision's still good. Honestly, that controls even better. Now you have proper collision and not janky collision. I am going to raise the floor here by a tiny amount. It felt a bit low. So cargo. Where'd that cart go? Okay. Oh, yeah, so you were like catching on the wall here. Because you're too far apart. Okay. How long will the DLC be? No idea. It'll be shorter than the main campaign. There we go. We're chugging. When you're wheeling. Okay. Okay, so we're going to. Okay, so this is I'm going to show you a problem. The largest cart in the game is the pig, and we need to make sure. I think the pig like just barely fits underneath the collision, but it does. There is clipping in the model, and of course the camera as well. So that's going to require some extra work. But like, yeah, the pig does fit up here comfortably. So like we do fit underneath. Like if I turn on collision, right? So this this red sphere, like this point right here, in between the hunter's hands, that is the collision sphere, right? That's what determines gameplay. So if we put it here, you can see it just barely fits underneath, which is a good thing. If it didn't fit underneath, that would have been a huge issue. I probably would have had to cut the entire concept of going underneath the train, or like make the train taller, but then that would look a little unrealistic. But I mean, I don't need to theorize because I don't need to do it. Of course, there is a collision issue though. So what I'm gonna do is just lower the camera when you get underneath the train, and we're gonna have to do a unique animation where the hunter's hanging off the side of the boar, which will be a bit annoying, but it's only for the boar. I don't need to do a unique animation for all 13 cart animation sets, so it'll be worth the effort in my opinion. But yeah, the boar does totally fit in here. Let's get the passenger car. Shit, excuse me. Okay, and then we're going to... Let me just rise this in the air. That's a good way of forcing the player off the train, so I don't want to delete it. Okay, so the boar should fit through the interior. It is a very tight fit, but it does fit. Boom. Get a nice view outside. Oh no, we're stuck. Okay. So, that's good. We are now good to program this. I did write some train code. I don't remember where. Well, it would probably be easier just to write it again from scratch. There was a lot of experimental code in there. The question is, will this be a derivative of the enemy pawn? Or a child class. I don't think it will be. No, we're going to spawn. It's going to be like 4 kings. We're going to spawn a bunch of invisible enemies and parent it to the weak points, potentially. And that will, in turn, pass the damage off to an enemy below the level that's like locked in a collision cage. And that will drive the health bar. That's how we're gonna do it. 4 Kings style. That's how the boss. That's how a bunch of the bosses work in Nightmare Kart, is 4 Kings style. So we are going to I must have a ow! Sorry. We need to make a train track. I should just do that now. I have a train environment spline. Like I said, this is like overkill. So I'm probably going to, let's make a track first, actually. Even if it's just temporary. Let's go ahead and make a track. That should be good. Okay. Cooney says, "Oh God, the period cramps I transmitted to you hours ago finally reached." Is that what it? Is that what that is? Thank you. I'm feeling very euphoric, Cooney. This would be, what would the size of this texture be? 128, probably? It's probably 256. Let's do 256. Scaling down is always easier than scaling up. I'm gonna do this off screen. Yeah, what's the size of our wood texture? This is 128, okay. And dirt, I believe dirt is 256? No, dirt is 128, okay. Okay, we're gonna grab our wood. Plop you in. So train tracks are very simple. We'll need to make like different like fork versions and stuff, but for now we're just gonna make a very simple single train track. I guess we'll just delete every other wood plank here. Or be every third. How close are train tracks? I know, it's... okay. I guess it depends. Okay, we'll do every other then. You are at a crazy angle. That might be too repetitive, honestly. Might have to replace that angled one. Okay. Just up like this. We're gonna make the actual rail part. Should save you. Huh. Okay. Sorry, chat. I was setting up my real-time texture stuff. Okay. question is, do I make the rails 3D? Yeah, okay, I think I can justify the extra 4 triangles. Make the rails 3D. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Very cool train, thank you. That's it. That's the train track. I do think we will need it doesn't even, I mean, it looks a little repetitive, but I don't really give a shit. Okay. So you're obviously way too bright. Darker. Shoot up to brightness. And then there we go. Okay, and then we're going to... I see, okay. Nope. Okay, then we're gonna extrude you up. Like that. So when you see from the side, you will also get this vertical. There we go. Alright, so that's a fucking train track. Next up we gotta do the bolts and shit. Just bring up some references. Okay. So next up, I guess we gotta have a casted shadow. This one will not be mirrored. Something like that. That looks good. Okay. That looks pretty good. That looks like a fucking train track texture if I ever saw one. Look at that shit. Look at that shadow. It's fucking Peem. Okay, but we're not out of the woods yet because we also gotta add these little, you know, the things that actually attach it to the wood. Okay. Yeah, drop shadow is so fucking cripsy. I'm pretty sure these are laid out uniformly. Okay. Okay, now let me make some rivets. I guess the rivets would just be shading, wouldn't they? Let me look at the... So it's just... Is it just one rivet? I guess it depends on the rail. Okay. Something like that. That's too far over by one. Okay. Like that. That'll do. That will not do. That'll do. That'll not do. That'll do. That'll not do. How are we all doing, chat? You all doing a good time? Having a good time? I think we our internet bleeped for a second. That's why we went from like 200 to 68, which is cringe as fuck. But whatever. We're just gonna keep on keeping on. Yeah, fucked out. Yeah, shame. I lost my entire viewership. There goes my income for the month. I love the modern internet. It's so good. Okay. So now I should just be able to bloop and just stamp this down on each one. That. There we go. Riveting content, you're so funny. Okay. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Oh, this looks a bit too modern. Here, let's not make the this part. Let's not make it silvery, like steel. Copper or something. Yeah, I like that a lot. Like that. That looks pretty good. All About says I quit my day job. Oh my gosh, I hope you find a new job soon. That one was off by one. I'll have to fix that. Alright, that looks good. Now we just gotta do some simple shading. Like a drop shadow here. Go. Look at that. Okay. Don't need to spend too much time noodling on it. I'm going to, I guess I'll just let me just grab some noise. The classic Nightmare Kart grunge. There we go. Now it looks all gross. Okay. There we go. It looks gross as shit. That looks good. That looks like a nice 3. I mean, it obviously the illusion's broken, but I can't justify all of these being cubes. So I'll make the triangle count way too high. So it won't really look PS1-y. So we're gonna go ahead and there's a collision here. This will be an environment because we have a train. Let's add train track. Okay, save. We're going to save this as an actual texture. Okay, we're going to import that. I should get rid of all this water. Come on! Select the water, you fuck! There we go. Oh, excuse me. Okie dokie. Let's just make this normal dirt. That's dirt, all right. Okie dokie. And then we're going to go to environments, train. We're going to import it. Here's my my temp train. Isn't it so beautiful? A beautiful temp train. We've come so far. Mysterious Wisp, hey howdy hey. Okay, so now we have our train track. Textures folder. Get you imported. Sammy, hello. Okay, let's turn off all of our filtering and compression and shit so we get the nice unfiltered raw pixels. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Okay, let's make a new folder. Text. Good. Yeah, I love my pixels raw. Okay, and then we're going to go into we're going to grab our train track. There's no collision. We'll use a different bundled model for the Halo 2 mod. No. Well, I mean, technically it's a different model. I will have to modify it to fit Halo 2, but it'll be the same model. I'll probably make her more blue. She gets more blue with every number entry. I'll make her more blue, but she'll be the same model. I forget how to do the spline. Honey Azalea, thank you so much for the 12-month resub. Oh my gosh. There we go. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. I don't know how much I was missing in my life before Buntana. Me either. There. I mean, that's a fucking train track. Must be two-sided. I've been reading Yuri all afternoon. Well, that's neat. I should make the tracks brighter. Yeah, that doesn't stand out from the dirt ground at all. I might brighten. I can brighten the dirt. I'll brighten the wood. Let's brighten the wood. That's too bright. There, that works. Yeah, I guess it looks overly bright, but it is, you know, I mean, you kind of have to see it. All right, looks pretty good. All right, now let us set up a... I always, like I said, I always forget how to do the spline system. Okay. I'm gonna add a spline. Cool train. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. So obviously this is our spline. Obviously this is way too bendy for an actual, excuse me, for an actual train. That's fine. Okay. Spline mesh. Hold on, chat. I need to link up a tutorial. Did you eat the train? No. You'd probably die from poisoning. I'm just gonna have to copy this. Built this so many times. So frustrating. Huh. That's how trains work, right? That looks bunker. That looks cracked. I think our train's a little bit wrong here. That's how it works, right? Wouldn't be bumpy at all. Yeah, look at that falling apart. The Rickety. Yeah, so obviously it can't be this bendy. That's just not how trains work. We are getting triangular wood. But once again, we can't really do anything about that. This is a PS1 game. This is mostly going to be straight anyways. What the fuck is happening here? Okay. What if I want to turn left or right? I wouldn't make a train now, would I? Okay. Let's see how that looks. Hee hee. Yeah, that's a fucking train track, all right. It's for a new enemy / environmental hazard. Yeah, the train. Yeah, a boss, exactly. So okay, let's go back to motorcycle. My favorite kart. Does this work with collision? Hee hee, look at that shit. Yeah, does this work with collision? Like, can I do this? Can I... hold on. Can I do that and like add collision to this and will it work? Right. So we can have the train like go up and down and it won't like be hovering, there'll be some gravel below it. Well, let us just export this and then re-import. Go. Right, that's probably way too steep for us. There's no collision on it yet, but like I don't think this will work. Yeah, it has to be way more shallow. I was kind of actually thinking I was right the first time. Yeah, so they can just come up on that. Yeah, so how would the fucking collision work? Here, let's make this actually, let's make it exactly 10 units off. Which is, I believe, 100 units. No? Okay, never mind then. Fuck me, I guess. Sorry, chat, I'm being very particular. Yeah, I need to add a hitbox. I don't know if the hitbox, the collision will work on a spline mesh like this, but I guess there's only one way to find out, huh? Okay, so you need to be named SM_train track. And then we gotta add a cube and call that UCX_SM_train track. So this cube can be registered as a hitbox. We're going to make the hitbox match the dimensions of you. We're going to extend this past the ground so there's never a seam. Okay, I'm going to export you. I guess we have to raise you a little bit because the track itself is, as you can see, it is floating to prevent any clipping issues. Because, you know, when things are vertex wobbling so much, if they're too close to each other, they'll be clipping through each other. So you're going to have some buffer zone between. There's the train track. Train track. Okay, so we have collision. What is, you know, so what the fuck happens? Okay, so that just doesn't work. Yeah, I will still get Z-fighting, a version of Z-fighting. Okay, so that just straight up doesn't work. This collision is turned off. Does that fucking work? Does this just work out of the box? Fascinating, okay. Check that out. That's cool. That's very cool. We are getting the collision issue. Okay, so I'm gonna have to modify this a little bit. That's good. The problem is, here, so let's make this super long. Let us make this super long. Turn off. Alright, let's make this like proper train length. Okay, so I need to show y'all an issue with this code base that I wrote. That is basically a consequence of this being a jankily thrown together April Fool's joke, and the code was very hacky, and I should have thrown it all out and started over, lesson learned. But this is a foundational aspect of how Nightmare Kart works, which basically means the code base is a physics sphere, right? You can see the sphere here, and it doesn't rotate. Its rotation is locked, and it's being kind of like dragged along the ground. Now, unfortunately, a consequence of that, which I didn't notice until it was way too late for me to change, when that happens, it can catch on collision seams and causes it to pop. So, like, here, let me do some programmer art for you. So let's just say, like, this is a collision, right? So this is the ground. So this is the first part of the track, right? And then here's another bit of the track, and their collision boxes are flush together, and there are seams here, right? So if I have this is the collision sphere for the cart, it goes along the ground, it hits the seam, and then it like pops. It goes boom, like that. That's bad. We don't want that. That feels bad to play. It is very annoying and inconsistent, because most of it's like, see, there's a hop right there. And sometimes this hop can like launch you like 30 feet in the air. It's extremely inconsistent. So it gets playing nice now, but I'm also assuming it depends on what type of hardware you have. If you have a slow PC or the frame rate's a little low, it can be really annoying and pop. Can you unify all the parts at the end to avoid this? No, because that's not how collision works in Unreal Engine. So what we are going to do, once again, we're going to make the tracks, every track piece a lot longer, and the collision will actually go like this. It'll be on a slight incline and decline. So when we, I forgot how do I do transparency in MS Paint? Anyways, so when we overlap them, I can't show you here. Here, let me do this. So basically, like, flush seams don't work, but clipping seams do. So for example, if I do this, like this is one collision box, and the other collision box is this. This seam right here, that's fine. Kind of. This also has another issue. It's just way more rare, and like it only happens like once per entire playthrough of the campaign. If you like stop right here on that seam, if you stop there, it gets a little bit difficult to get back up to speed. But yeah, so that's basically it. As long as there isn't an actual seam in the collision, it's fine. So we basically need to do that. It's very janky and awful, and it sucks. And you know, next time I write a kart racer, which I'm sure there is going to be there are going to be drivable karts in my next game, drivable vehicles, because I don't want to throw this. I don't want to throw this out. But anyways, I will rewrite how this works. We don't have this issue. So what we're gonna do is first we're just gonna do this, make sure it works. So we're gonna make each track piece a lot longer. There we go. I don't know why I got smushed. How does this collision work? Excuse me, I just need to compile? There we go, so you need to compile. Mantor says, I finally made it to your stream. I saw your panel at MagFest this year and it was really inspiring. I'm so happy to hear that. I'm really happy you enjoyed that. Okay. So this is still the same issue. You can actually see the seam here, I believe. Actually, no, maybe you can't, because it is flush. How about if I make this like super angled? Right, there you go. So you can see it right here. So this kind of fixes it. There's just less seams. It makes it less apparent. So they're a lot more rare, but they are still happening multiple times a minute, right? All right, Quintus, I'll see you later. So basically, chat, what we need to do, what do we need to do? How do we do this? I don't think this will work. We'll try it though. Fnatter says, Need for Speed High Stakes I had Need for Speed High Stakes as a kid, and was disappointed you couldn't actually interact with the train. Yeah, this is Calamari Desert inspired. Okay, so now I'm covering the seams, as you can see here. I'm now covering the seams with a second collision box. I'm pretty sure this right here counts as a seam though, so this might not work. You can also just see you going up and down. We're gonna be driving up and down this track. Yes, I'm still listening, YouTube. Maybe I should make the train. Maybe I should get train a power up like the Bullet Bill in later Mario Kart games. That'd be funny. That'd be too much though. I'm not seeing any more seam bounces, so he might be good. Okay. Okay, so now we're just gonna make this wider. Sammy says, do you still have merch? I do! Yag.gay. You can see the link in my BRB screen. Right here. Yag.gay. Okay. Now, of course, we need a sound effect. You know, where it goes like when you drive over the rail, when you're driving over the track. I think that'd be fun. But obviously, we're not gonna do that right now. But I think that'll be really good. We'll have it kick up gravel, kind of like the water kicks up a particle effect and plays a looping sound effect. I think that'd be pretty fun. But that's polishing stage. Don't worry about that right now. Yeah, I think this totally works. Are you floating? Oh, this is too high off the ground. There we go. Yuri says, hearing devs talk about how they're doing their games art and programming makes me want to get into game dev stuff. The darkness calls to me. Give in. You must give in. Yuri, you must give in. That totally works. This is great. I'm having a lot of fun with this. Okay, so now, unfortunately, because the track is so wide or lengthy, the collision is going to be... Yeah, so now we can move it up and down, right? So we can theoretically just go like this. So now we're going to have some up and down movement. You might get caught. Yeah, okay, so now we're catching. So if we view this in the collision viewer, oof, look at that. That's no good. Yeah, it looks like as soon as we start moving up and down, it gets all messed up. Fascinating. Very fascinating. City Robo says, many people think you're a trans icon superstar. I don't. You're very sweet. Too famous to be talked with. I say nay, just write something stupid in your stream chat. Well, here you are. Look at you. You wrote something stupid in the stream chat. You could have said like hi, and then I would have said hello back. That could have worked too. But you had to make your little meta comment now, did you? Okay, we're gonna see how this looks. This collision, this like real-time collision's fucking crazy. Yeah, so we bonk really hard here, as you can see, right? Because of this. So there are some collision issues. So let me see if I can. Oh, it looks so awful. It's gonna have to do though. There's not really much I can do about it. So this is gonna be all inaccurate and gloopy. Which I guess I can just make the model look all inaccurate and gloopy, just to hide it, you know? And I guess you're never going to be riding on the edge like this. You're either going to be on the track or you're going to be off the track. You're not really going to be skating this, right? Okay, yeah. So it's very bumpy, but we're no longer like catching and like making actual collisions. It's just kind of, it just feels kind of gummy. Which I guess is, you know, you're driving on gravel on an incline sideways. So I guess it should be a little bit goopy. A little bit goopy gloopy. Okay. I mean, that works. That totally works. There we go. Cool. I like this. Okay. Now let's try some extreme things. So what if we, so what if we do this? Yeah, see, that's where it falls apart. That's crazy. Why would it do that? Look at that, it's so gloopy. Okay, so we can't really have a lot of crazy up and down movement, which I guess is fine. I would have liked to have had hills and inclines and declines. Well, let's keep messing around. What the fuck is going on here? Why? It's so funny. Do we put this in the... No, we can't put it in the middle. That defeats the whole purpose. So this just doesn't work. There I go! Okay, so this only kind of works for the glooper. Number 1, the glooper. Okay, let's make a new one. So obviously perfectly straight. If I just rotate you. And that looks fine. Okay, we might be able to, like, I don't know, we might be able to cheat it. Anyways. Number 1, the glooper. Alright, so the question is... Now we need to make, not the question, but yeah, now what we need to, God, that just doesn't fucking work. What is going on here? Burger King foot glooper. Yeah, what the fuck? What the hell is happening? Why? Okay, I'm going to delete that second collision. Why are you so melty? What is going on here? Why are you so... Like, look at how warbly it is. Why? Like, look at the rails. They look all melted. Oh, it's awful. Why is it doing that? Yeah, it's all jiggly. Why are you jiggling? Oh, look at that. It's weird. Yeah, what's going on here? Okay. The tangent is wrong. This has to be a problem in the code. The tangent's incorrect. Okay. Why is my tangent incorrect? Why is my tangent incorrect? Let's open that tutorial back up again. That has to be the problem. Yeah, that's very clearly an issue. Okay, I think these have to be plugged in wrong. Get tangent wrong. Now let's... I think I see what the issue is. I think I need to plug these in. Let me double check though. Let me check the tutorial I brought up. Yeah, okay, that's absolutely the problem. I forgot to plug in. Our tangents were never plugged in, so that would make sense that our tangents are wrong. Okay, there we go. That looks a lot better. It looks very un-PS1, but okay, there we go. Okay, so now if we include our collision, that's why our tangents are all fucked up. Okay. I mean, yeah, that looks pretty bad, but this track is never going to turn this hard. This is ridiculous. Okay, so now there we go. Okay, that's a lot. I mean, that's way too fucking steep. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Okay. Okay, so let's try this now. Let me full screen this. See, Breeze, thank you so much for the subscription. All right. Obviously, we won't need to deal with the distance calling. Oh, you're on the ground. Oh, check that shit out. This is it's way too smooth though. Okay, yeah, we got an issue there. Yeah, so we're floating. Yeah, but look at how smooth, like it's just way too smooth. Alright. Can you suplex the tracks? Die. Hi, Judy. What just happened? Why are you broken? What just happened? You want to see something cool? You want to see something cool? And we died. It launched us to negative 900,000 units on the x-axis in world space. Secret ending! Oh, we crashed! We really did see something cool. Oh, God. UE4 fatal error! What is Lady Gaga? Oh. I showed up in one of Lady Gaga's reels because I was at Queer Liberation March, I believe. So that was cool. So I just thought I'd save that. Yeah, I could bring it up. There's nothing incriminating in there. Hold on. You should ever on stream to talk about Bayonetta? There we go. Look, it's me. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I know she likes Bayonetta. You don't have to explain that to me. I saw the viral tweets and all the fan art, don't worry. I'm so low def! Paige says, I didn't know your mind. Then why did you assume I didn't know that? Felt like you thought you knew my mind back then. Sorry, I'll stop. I'll stop being mean. Because it's fun. Okay, so next step is getting the train to follow the spline. So this is, we're gonna do something very simple to start, and then we're gonna branch out and make it a lot more complicated. But for now, we're just gonna spawn a single skeletal mesh, which is a locomotive, and then we'll move it along the spline. We're gonna hard code it for now. Great game, by the way. And then we're gonna make a dynamic system that lets us add and remove cars very easily. There's our loco. We're gonna add another skeletal mesh, which is the wheels. And we're just gonna make it just play the wheels chugga chugga animation just straight up. Obviously we're gonna modulate it. Look at it go! We're gonna modulate it later. What's hard coded? It's a pretty cool game that only trans people are allowed to play. For reasons I can't get into on stream. Okay, so yeah, this will all be hard coded. But then we'll make it a dynamic system later. That's close enough, right? It's got good writing, it's true. Okay, so we're going to every tick, we're going to do train distance and train speed. Every tick, we're going to, let's be train current distance. Okay, so every tick, we're going to get the train's current distance. We're going to get the transform the current location at distance along spline. We're going to then not promote you to variable. We're going to split you. We're going to set the relative location and rotation of the train to be the current distance along spline. And then next frame, or I guess current frame, we're going to add the speed to the current distance. We're then going to set the current distance, and then we're going to wait a frame and then play it again. Let's see how that looks. Okay, that's going a bit slow. Let's make the speed like 500. Okay, let's do 100. No, 500. No, 250. I don't think that's how trains work. Okay, Judy, have fun with hard-coded. That's how trains work, right? Tickmaker, thank you so much for the subscription. Train, multi-track, single-track drifting, actually. Oh, that's fucking incredible. All right, so let's get right vector and then convert that back into a rotation. I don't think that's right either. I mean, I guess technically, you mean you can have a train go backwards. That's no problem. But I mean, the wheels wouldn't be spinning that way. Seems that way. Okay. Multiply. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay, it's a bit low. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Boop. Oh. Okay. So this is an interesting conundrum. Judy, were you seriously? I thought you were doing a bit. You actually didn't know about hard coded? Yeah, hard coded is great. Definitely spend the weekend playing it. Just don't forget the lotion. I thought that was a bit. I thought everyone knew about hard coded. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. I genuinely didn't know you didn't know about hard coded. That is genuine surprise. I'm not trying to do like a, are you telling me you didn't know about hard-coded? Sorry, I'm gonna stop talking about hard-coded. This is an 18+ stream, but talk about that later. We can talk about that in DMs. So you're saying my axis was correct the whole time? Okay, so we have our multi-track drifting version of the train. The drift is back. SK, 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 SK. You know, I knew someone who used to say that out loud. They used to go, the drift is... They'd say something like, the drift is back. I always thought it was a little weird. All right, and then we're gonna do train loco move. We're gonna export this. Okay. So now, okay, so I think it'd be easier instead of trying to rotate the tangent, we're just gonna rotate the train itself. so it's fine. Alright, so train loco, the FX. Then we're going to train wheels. No, you are train loco move. This is an unreleased track from Halo that was found in the game's files, I believe. Okay. Okay, so ignore the weird floating wheels. We'll fix that in a second. But you should actually rotate to follow the track now. There we go. Look at that. I'm gonna fall off the track. Very cool. Okay. Alright, so we're going to rotate this here. Export, wheels. Okay, the animation. Wheels, move. Okay, so we're just changing the axes so it actually matches the track. I think it'd be easier if we did it that way. Yeah, because this is an unreleased track, Sandy. Okay. Go. Excuse me. Quinny says this is what the soundtrack chief listens to while smoking weed in the Escape Fighter. Oh, you mean the thing at the end? What's it called? A longsword, I think. So let's raise you up a little bit. We're just gonna add the longsword. Does that add like 10? Okay. The longsword. The longsword. What else has he got to do in there but smoke weed and watch UNSC dramas? Hey, look at it go! Oh my god, it's the train. No collision, but it's the train. Ah! Oh, ooh. We're floating. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's take a look at the train. There it goes. It's going nice and fast. Look at it go! Oh my gosh. Here, let's do a loop. Let's have it do a loop. Okay, that's probably way too way too wide of a loop. You can set the spline to be closed, right? Closed loop. Okay. Okay, so if current distance is greater than the actual spline length, spell length correctly, and then we need to set current distance to 0. All right, there we go. Let's see if that works. Ooh, there's a gap here. I wonder if I can just... Okay. That's a bit of an extreme turn. Let's, take me back to my childhood with the model trains I wasn't allowed to play with because I was too violent with them. Alrighty. Oh, we turning. Oh, that's a bit extreme, yeah. So yeah, some of these turns aren't realistic, but fuck. So it should just go forever now. I guess we'll see. Chugga chugga, motherfucker. Look at it! Oh my god! Feels like one of those moments in game development that's just magical. Yeah, this is why we do it, folks. And of course, if you touch the train, it just kills you, right? Or it damage you severely. It'll probably just kill you. It'll damage you. activating your yeehaw senses. Yeah, so I'm thinking of like a city escape part of the track of the boss fight to shoot the giant bulb, and it's like chasing you down, right? I think that'd be good. You gotta like pick up a. I guess you'd use your sniper rifle and shoot the bulb, or maybe you'd use a gun with a lock on or something. Cool. Okay, that's exciting. So next, just real quick, we're gonna throw on some other cars. Am I gonna throw on some other cars? I might just end it here. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to, let's call this street pass, more like train pass. So train, passenger. Yeah, what is the width of this? Negative 2150, so we're going to subtract. Once again, we're hard coding this, but we will be doing this programmatically down the line. We're just making sure the concept works. Before we do that, we don't want to waste a bunch of time writing a programmatic system only for it to not work. And of course, these wheels need to rotate independently, right? They'll need to like rotate like this. And I'm just eyeballing this right now. Okay. Look at that. Yeah, whoa, that's a little weird. Yeah, so once again, this is janky. The rotation will need to be a lot more complex how it's handled, but we can do that. We'll figure it out. This is more of a proof of concept than anything. Okay, so there's a bug there. That's fine. Yeah. So obviously that seam is a bit weird. Once again, proof of concept. Okay. Look at that. Okay, let me slow the train down a little bit just so we can yeah, so as you will be able to see when there's a big turn here, it will start to slide off the rails, right? And that's, you know, that's really great. And obviously that seam there, don't worry, we'll fix that. So I'll need to, I already know how to fix that, but it's gonna take some time. Here's that that seam issue I was talking about. So, and we're at the end of our stream here, we're at 4 hours, so it's a pretty decent stream length. So that's pretty good. Some capture for the dev thread. That's really exciting. Chat, this is really exciting. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna end it here. Actually, I'm not gonna end it here. I'm going to try and spawn just real quick. I just want to see what happens. So basically, putting the cart on a moving object with collision doesn't work, right? This was some R&D I was doing a little while ago. That just proves that you can't really do that. At least it wouldn't work in a way you would expect. So I kind of just want to show y'all and also just prove that this is all still true. We are moving on the train, but like, you see how it doesn't really work. You can't really inherit velocity. It doesn't really work. It doesn't feel right. So when you jump on the train's gonna go static and the world will move behind you. But that means that the rails have to be perfectly straight for us to do that. But I think that'll be fine. So like that's a limitation that I'm more than happy to work through. See how I didn't even press any buttons, it just spat me out there. So I did spend quite a bit of time trying to write a velocity inheritance system, but this system wasn't built with that in mind, so it doesn't really work. It required an insane amount of work that just wouldn't be worth it. So we're gonna fake it basically, which I can do. But until you know. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So yeah, that'll be it for today's stream. That was 4 whole hours. There was a hiccup, which we did reset the timer, but my My OBS tells me it's been 4 hours exactly. So I will see you all. I got run over. I will see you all on the next stream. This was really exciting. We got a lot of work done, made a lot of progress, a lot of really fun, tangible progress, which is not common when it comes to game development. So you gotta cherish those when they happen. So yeah, I'll see you all next stream. Bye bye.